Force of habit.
We are broadcasting live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is the council meeting for the town of Mono on Tuesday, December 12th, 2023, being held at 6 p.m. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents can join us in person or by way of video, either simultaneously or after the fact on YouTube. I see that we have a quorum. Location of emergency exits is in the rear of the council chamber, and members of council are free to declare pecuniary interest at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing. Councillor Capes, would you like to do the land acknowledgement?
Thank you. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teonatate, Adawandran, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. And as we have an in-camera matter scheduled for 6 o'clock, I'm going to go directly to that. Sorry.
Before we do that, Your Worship, we do need to, at the very least, approve the agenda, and I would suggest we might as well do the minutes as well.
Okay. So, Council approves the agenda of session 24-2023 as circulated, moved by Councillor Nix, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. And that Council approves the minutes of session 23-2023 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, Fred, keeping me on the straight and narrow. So I have a motion that council moves into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 6:05 p.m. for second line draft plan of subdivision and ZBA, section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And number 2, Aragon Residential Development, OLT hearing, section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Manctalo. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. And if we could go in camera electronically.
We are back live.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 6:47 PM. The council accepts the advice from the town solicitor and directs the town staff and the town solicitor proceed accordingly. Do I have a mover for that? Are they out in the
They're
parking lot?
upstairs.
Okay. Sorry. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Manctillo moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed to rising from the in-camera session? Seeing none, that passes. Have we found anyone? Yeah, they're coming. Okay. Fred, we don't have any proclamations tonight? Do we have-
No, Your Worship, we do not.
We do not? Okay.
We do have one question that was submitted online in advance, and of course, we're going to have a
In
full
person.
house in the gallery.
Yeah, and then I have Mr. Lang's letter. So, seeing no proclamations, public question period. Fred, the one submitted?
Yeah, so the question submitted was specifically, what is the regulation regarding exterior heat pumps emitting noise that exceeds the current bylaw noise level and disturbs neighbors? Would council consider updating the bylaw to restrict the noise generated by heat pumps to less than 50 decibels? And I'd like to advise council that this is subject of an active bylaw investigation and caution any debate on this matter, keeping that in mind.
Okay. It's an interesting question. Yeah, it is. It's very interesting. Yeah, go ahead. And then Melinda.
So I did some review of our noise bylaw. I can talk about that's in there, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So section 4 applies to general limitations, and within that, it talks and refers to NPC with a bunch of numbers, and that's what comes from the Ministry of the Environment. And so those numbers refer to the Ministry of Environment's document and talks about stationary sources, which includes anything to do with HVAC systems, heating, air conditioning, etc. And it talks about the decibels that are allowable, and it refers to minimum values being somewhere between 45 and 50. Now, they have a chart depending on the time of day within 24 hours, but that doesn't necessarily apply to some of these systems because they go 24 hours a day, so it's not like from 9 to 5. You can have it going, and from 5 till 12, you know, you have to turn off your heat. So that's a challenge. But then I looked at, so if they say it's 50 to 45 decibels, and we can measure what these heat pumps are actually emitting, then we need to adjust. Our noise bylaw has been on the agenda since 2010.
And
but
it is
that's
being
okay.
reviewed.
So there needs to be adjustments to make sure that this is covered. And I get it that we are introducing environmentally friendly alternatives to fossil fuels. However, sometimes we get unintended consequences, and so I think we need to make sure we're considering what the impact is to neighboring properties.
So Freddie's working on the noise bylaw, and I think he can be mindful of this issue. It just strikes me, having had personal experience with both a heat pump and air conditioning. Air conditioning is noisier, frankly, than heat pumps are, at least in my experience. The other thing to be mindful of is that the decibel range is exponential. So it's not that 40 is only just a little quieter than 50. It's a lot quieter than 50. It's like 40 is almost ambient sound. I picked this up
Well,
along the way.
What I looked up was that 15 decibels is a whisper, and then 90 decibels is a lawnmower, so. And the World Health Organization advises that there are ill effects from outside noise pollution of greater than 40 decibels, so.
Okay. Ralph and then Melinda.
The city of Vancouver has a document on this, and they indicate that heat pumps can be up to 60 decibels, outdoor ones, and they have a number of, they have 6 different suggestions for handling this and dealing with it, including acoustic barriers. And so I think it's a doable thing. It's just a matter of realizing it. I'm glad you bring it, and James has brought the point up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I don't know whether it's a fixable issue, right? I mean, it's something that hasn't been looked at before. The heat pumps, they by necessity have to be outside. Portion of it has to be outside, just like air conditioners, portion of it has to be outside. And when we're building these subdivisions and townhouses and things like that, when everybody's very close together, you're just gonna hear it. It's actually a big issue that needs to be considered.
Okay, well, glad we have the question, and I hope that Mr. Blaze has heard our discussion and is aware that we are trying to get our arms around a workable noise bylaw as opposed to something that is.
Just it's on our unfinished business for the last quarter of 2023, is it not?
Yeah.
So, and today would be the last meeting of the last quarter of 2023.
Actually, I believe, I haven't got the document open, but I believe it says second quarter of 2024.
Okay.
Have a bit of time. You just bought
Okay.
yourself a bit of time. Okay. Anyone from the audience with any questions? If you could come forward and just state your name.
Don't be shy. No, I'm not shy. Just about to read the development.
Right there.
Push the button on the mic. It's Emilio Sastra. I live at 46 Benson Avenue. I have 3 concerns. One of them is traffic congestion on French Drive. With this new development, there's no lights at Second Line. Is that going to happen?
Does anyone want to jump in on this?
I mean, we already have speed bumps there because
I agree.
of all the people, like, they think they have Formula One licenses. I don't know why, but,
Yeah.
so we're going to have a bigger problem with this new development because they're not going to be able to make a left-hand turn with the
Well-
traffic on number 9.
We have yet to consider that development, let alone approve it. It's the subject of ongoing discussions with planners and lawyers and so forth. A number of us hold very strong views as to preservation of employment lands, and it is right next door to the Coles subdivision, which is classed as an employment land, and it's probably more logical in that use, but it's not a done deal. It's not something that we've yet even had any public meetings on, as an example.
Your question is sort of in line with what if, and we really don't know whether we're going ahead with this, but if we did have a development there, it's quite conceivable that you brought up an important point. If I was driving But when you get on Highway 9, I'd probably go along French Drive and use the lights on the first line to get off. So that's one of the problems we'll be discussing, you know.
Melinda, then Councillor Davy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So we were supposed to have a public meeting tonight, and, you know, as you know, you heard that has all been postponed. And so this is important. It's great that you brought this question, but the not yet kind of thing is because it.
Okay. I have a couple more.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Capes?
I do want to thank you for that, because that is a question that I have written down, because safety, if there was a development there, there needs to be a set of lights there. So with the application needs to be a study from MTO to say that it's safe passage out onto the road, like that, just like any other application. Just like how we force the lights at
First line.
First Line, so it's a good point.
The other
Excuse
thing I'm
me,
concerned
Your
about
Worship,
is the,
before, excuse me, Emilio, before you continue on, bringing a little bit of history to council. So we identified second line in our development charges 8 to 10 years ago. We did do studies with respect to the traffic that were a result of the Brookfield development. At that time, there were no warrants. However, it stays in our DC charges, so it's accumulating funds should there ever be whatever kind of development occurs on second line, supported by any traffic controls. So staff is on your question, and it was predates this council, and you haven't seen our updated DC study lately as well. So it was probably 8 to 9 years ago that we identified second line as a potential candidate for lights, and we are collecting funds towards it. But it is there. Sorry, Council, I was appreciating the conversation you were having there. It was good. So, but I did want to bring you up to speed that it is in our DC study.
Well, quite apart from collecting development charges, I would anticipate that anyone who's proposing to put a development of that size into the middle of nowhere, proximate to the second line and the Highway 10 intersection, they're the ones who should be paying for the Highway 9 lighting, in my view. And we can spend those DC monies somewhere else. Councillor Capes? Okay.
One of the other questions is that we have a water tower on French and Benson. Now, from what I've seen online, I'm not that familiar with what they're doing, but are they going to be getting water from that tower, this new development, or are they going to have their own? Oh, good, okay.
Yeah.
My third question is, I don't know if you know what goes on French and Benson with that sewage treatment plant, but there's a lot of problems. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a truck there every week, and this week, he was there 2 times in one day, and I said to my wife, I said, what's wrong? We're smelling in the house. I had the window open, I said, it's coming from outside.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. So that's basically some consideration, because looking at the plan where they have that treatment plant, I mean, goes onto the green belt, the main part of it, but then as far as the drainage, it's going on the other side where there's townhouses and whatever. So how does that filter down into the green belt?
You're asking all the right questions.
You know,
You're asking all
to
the
me,
right
it's in
questions.
reverse. Why they did it is because they got the townhouses in the middle,
Mhm.
so they don't want that plant right next to it, so they put it on the other side. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Anyway,
You're making excellent points, and they're not lost on us at all.
okay.
Thank you.
But you should also know, we have not assumed ownership of that plant, and we will not
Sewage treatment.
assume ownership until we're satisfied that the damn thing's
I don't
working.
think we've received ownership of the sewage treatment plant on French Drive, because
That's the one that Freddie's referring to.
That's what I'm talking about.
You are correct, Deputy Mayor, and I wouldn't hesitate to jump on board. So yes, there is some issues with the visiting of sewage trucks. Good for the residents that are in the room. One of the trucks that comes every week is to remove the solids that get flushed. Feminine, or napkins, cleaning napkins, beer cans, believe it or not, and feminine products. So
I said this before, years ago, at this meeting, that someone needs to go out house to house and tell these people what not to do. By putting it in the water bills and that, they don't even read that stuff. And I was told that, yes, we're gonna have students during the summer to go door to door and tell them whatever. Nothing ever became of it.
great suggestion. We take it all to heart. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, come on forward.
Hi, I'm Josie from Cedar Lane, Josie Shawcross, and I'm here with some of my neighbors. And the issue has been brought up about paving Cedar Lane. Hi, this is my neighbor, Helen.
I'm from 21 Cedar.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm from 10. Now, we moved up here 50 years ago, next year, 1974. Basically, the aesthetic of the whole area. It got us immediately, you know, the beautiful trees. And since then, more trees have been planted. And we're just wondering what would happen. Would this be a single ribbon of asphalt that goes down? Would this be a two-lane, which would mean a lot of those trees being taken down, gotten rid of? The weeping bed for my septic system, I'm not sure how close it actually comes to the property line that becomes township line, township land. And quite a few of us are concerned about the whole aesthetic of the thing. And the main reason was, besides the aesthetic, was the speed, you know, the bumps, the potholes.
So, Josie, do you mind if I back this up a little?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
So I guess our main concern,
Yeah, just the button there. Perfect.
our main concern, we're concerned about, we just want to make an informed decision with Cedar Lane, because as you all know, a petition was signed by everybody on the street saying that we would like the road paved. And one of the reasons we all wanted the road paved is because the flow of water at the top of Cedar Lane, the pot hills at the top of Cedar Lane. Elaine, you've been on Cedar Lane. You've been on Cedar Lane, Ralph. And the cars go in and out. It takes in the middle of Cedar Lane. And the grading is always graded to the south as opposed to the north side towards the drains. And there's so much salt and dirt that gets put on there in the winter, the road is constantly higher than our driveways. And now we're looking at flooding. So everybody has signed this petition because we need a resolve with our road. It's like the road that's been forgotten. So when we all signed it, we thought, okay, let's get a great resolve, but now we're hearing driveways are gonna be taken out. It's gonna interfere with the bell, which isn't a bad thing because we have copper wiring. We're gonna lose our trees. And we all moved on to Cedar Lane, as Josie said, because it's rural and we're in the country. We don't want a subdivision, but we need a resolve.
Well, the good news, I think you'll find it good news, is that we do not have any money in the budget for paving. And speaking for myself, I'm not in favor of paving. I think there's a road maintenance challenge there, but I think it can be addressed through road maintenance as opposed to paving. The other thing that I think we've been told, and you've certainly supported this, is the notion that if you start paving, you're doing it to a particular standard and it has to be a particular width, and it will impinge upon the trees and the ditching, if there is any, and I don't recall any ditching there. But it's not simply slapping down asphalt on the traveled portion of the road. So others are welcome to speak to this.
So what I'm hearing from you is not what I've heard before in terms of what people imagine to have this paved is going to reduce all the problems. So you're talking about different things, and I actually would like to hear from staff, if that's okay, Matt, about the issues that the residents are talking about how it's graded and it goes to the wrong direction, and how the potholes and, all- like, is there some,
This is why everybody wants, this is why everyone wants it paved, because it's just such a, it's such a detriment when it rains and it's, you can't get up the hill in the winter. It's complete ice. When the grader comes down and dumps the sand, now the road is higher than everyone's driveway. It's just an ongoing mess.
right, so I don't know if Matt's able to speak to that or not. I don't want to put you on the spot, but.
It's okay. Thanks, Counselor Capes. I think I spoke with a couple people from Cedar Lane, and Public Works appreciates the comments, obviously. As I mentioned on the phone, part of the review and the process wouldn't be to build any typical standard. It would have to fit the area, right? There's obviously constraints with every road, and we would have to take all those into consideration when we're reviewing it and designing it. So I'm not sure where you heard all the comments as far as reviewing driveways, and it would be taken into consideration, but we would have to fit it within the area. So that's part of the whole design of upgrading a road. We'd improve it as best we could within the constraints we have out there. Maintenance, definitely could look into maintenance and improvement of maintenance, grading, maintenance gravel in the meantime. It's obviously more cost-effective approach to paving, but if we're gonna rebuild the road, it does, we have to build it up a little bit. We have to improve the base material. We have to widen it a little bit. We can't just simply pave a single lane of asphalt, because the outside tire tracks start cracking the edges, and it's poor money spent. So it's a fulsome review, but I take your points about the maintenance, and it's something that we could definitely look into and try and improve.
Any other comments of council? Hang on, sir, if you want to come forward, just,
I'll step back.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mike's on.
And you're on Cedar Lane?
Yeah,
Thank you.
George, I'm on Cedar Lane. I did also sign a petition, and at the time, I thought it was a great idea. We kind of had a bad summer, real dusty, and the rain, real mud, and it was after, New Year's, and we said, yeah, let's do it. And then we didn't really hear anything, and then when the surveyors come out and started spraying the lines, and they're telling us, well, we gotta cut back this much of your property. I'll understand it's city property, but everyone has trees, lilacs, fence, and all of a sudden paving's not a great idea, and it does take away from the aesthetic. The other problem since COVID, Amazon delivery drivers go up and down Cedar Lane at excessive speeds in a gravel road with potholes. If you asphalt it, I can only imagine it'll be worse. Not to mention the fact, if you do take away, you change it to asphalt, we have 80% dog owners. They'll be walking their poor dogs on this hot asphalt. And I don't think that's where I want to live. Again, I've been here for 10 years, and the aesthetic of it is the reason that we love it so much. And everything we hear, it's going to ruin it. And I know you did say you're going to try to work within the confines, but a lot of our trees and stuff are close to the current road. So if there's another solution, we're for that as opposed to paving. Yeah.
It's great to get this information. We have time. When we sent the budget back to our treasurer and staff, we asked for some money to be removed. And although we haven't approved the budget, Cedar Lane's not on the budget anymore for paving. So it's, I'm not I don't know what's going to happen with the rest of the council, but the mayor has already said he doesn't support it, and I don't support it either. So maybe something should be done in the future, but I don't think you have an immediate issue, probably.
Yeah. If not paving, though, do
long way
something
in
with
the
the base.
Long way in the future. Yeah.
Another 40 years?
That would be good, yeah.
It's interesting that when the petition came, and we've had other roads in the town that people really want paved, and we don't have the money, and the guidelines of what the traffic is that to warrant paving versus the gravel. There are very few of our roads that, well, in fact, I guess none of them at the minute, that cross over that. And so we entertained what you were saying, more because there was issues with respect, it was a small road, number one. And number two, there were some issues with respect to how difficult it is to service because of the coming and going on Airport Road, right? So, but now if we're not going to do it, because we're not paving anybody's road, because we don't have the money for it. What about those original issues that, because I live on a dirt road and, you know, my car was out there, what color is my car? It's, you know, it's light brown. So, right? So, those issues are still there for you?
Yes, but when you dump, I think it's calcium, you put some product on there and the dust is not as bad. There was one time this summer, we had dust 300 feet in my backyard. It was so bad, you know, so when it's maintained as best as possible, the dust is not an issue. I think last summer you did do something to the road where the potholes did not appear so quickly after a torrential rainstorm. So there has been improvements. I've only been there for 10 years, but I have seen improvements. And yes, the road is graded a bit higher. Some properties, it is 6 to 10 inches higher than their driveway, but the dust is an issue. Potholes, they're almost like nature's speed bumps, kind of make people slow down. But my concern, I know that one of the comments was a risk of injury. I don't know, like, I was reading in the petition that it could be a lawsuit against the city if somebody trips on in a pothole.
Yes, on the potholes, right.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but, you know, I can't really comment on that. Because it's never happened to me. There's a risk everywhere, but I would prefer that it's not paid for all the reasons that we've stated.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you and your neighbors for making us aware of this, because sometimes when we get petitions and phone calls from individuals who are very persuasive, we assume that it is the neighborhood
Yeah, well, we didn't all assume it.
position. But the fact that you've rethought it and you're thoughtful about it, and I think you recognize that there's a cost element. I mean, the rule of thumb is that for every kilometer of road that you pave, you're probably spending upwards of $1 million to properly rebuild it and properly pave it. And a lot of people don't realize that, and it does explain why we're not in any great hurry to see people's taxes go through the roof through massive paving projects. And we don't get provincial funding for that kind of project.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. That was a point that I forgot, is the increase in our taxes specifically for that. One thing that I don't think the paving would solve is there's a little bit of an incline about 500 feet into our road, and that it gets icy. And I don't think if you asphalted it or not, the way that the trees cover it, when it warms up, it starts to melt and it freezes. That's a bad area, and asphalt or gravel, I don't think would make a difference. In fact,
Could be worse.
with gravel, at least we have a bit of an edge for our right tire to grab, you know, but I have to admit, the last 3 years, the roads crews have come out earlier in the day, you know, like they used to, 7 o'clock, I think they used to hit our street. Now, sometimes it's around 6 in the morning, so it's been advantageous for commuters. So I've seen an improvement that way, so.
Another issue I think that would arise if you pave Cedar Lane and Shell Crescent. They're going to become compared, how come these roads could get done, and it would snowball for council, so.
Well, we have paved other short stretches of road for various reasons that made sense from a maintenance standpoint only. There certainly wasn't the traffic to justify it. But in this instance, I think the consensus of the neighborhood is contrary to what it was in those examples,
Okay.
at least what I'm hearing tonight.
Well, definitely, I think the cons outweigh the pros.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
we
mean,
can
I-
relax a little bit about that.
yeah. That's our opinion here. I mean, there's some people on the street may disagree, but
Oh, my phone will ring tomorrow.
yes, mine might as well. But
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You can take my.
Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, my name is Kathy. I'm also on Cedar Lane. And we live on the north side, which unfortunately is where it's graded improperly. It's supposed to slope down to the south because that's where all the ditches are. Our street, I've lived there for 23 years. And from the time we moved in until now, because they keep adding more dirt, Mr. Donor, they keep adding more gravel, they keep adding to bring it up, to get rid of the potholes, but they don't grade it back down. So our property is now about between 8 and 10 inches lower than the road used to be. So our entire front yard is a lake every time it rains. We had to put French drains in down the side of our driveway to help alleviate it. So when you're talking about adding extra soil or more, whatever it is that you put onto the roads to bring them up to grade, you've got to consider taking them down to where they belong first. And I'm hoping that's part of your program, because otherwise it's just going to make things way, way worse. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I think Matt is hearing all of the concerns, and we'll be talking to him about the maintenance challenges. Any other questions? Come on forward, Kathy, how are you? Good. Resident of Brookfield.
Sorry?
Resident of Brookfield.
I just want to begin. My name is Kathy Moisovsky. I live in the Tanamono near in the Fieldstone subdivision. And is it okay if I just kind of go through my notes and then we can do the questions after? Is that okay?
Very quickly.
Yes, of course. Councillor Davis told me to be efficient. So good evening, Your Worship, and the Town of Mono Council and everybody else. The purpose of my presence and presentation today is to discuss ongoing excessive speeding in the Fieldstone subdivision and in the surrounding areas. I myself have noticed an uptick in speeders in our area. I've also received OPP notices about speeding and fatalities. In addition, a few of my neighbors and I discussed the increase in speeding within our area. All of the above caught my attention, and I felt compelled to get involved to help in some way. Excuse me. As a result, I contacted the Tanamono Council and subsequently Mr. Dunmore, who installed one solar speed flashing sign in front of 30 Meek Avenue. However, respectfully, I think we can do more for our communities. The town of Mono has grown in the past 10 years, new houses, new businesses, etc. And what that means an increase in people/population and an increase in vehicles and possibly an increase in speeding, which in turn may result in an increase of fatalities. These are my following questions to you. Oops. Can we hire experts/consultants to conduct another study to see where we are now and where we can better our infrastructure and overall safety of our community? Can we install more solar speed flashing signs in various parts of our subdivision and surrounding areas to deter speeding? Can we, regarding pavement markings, can we have demarcation of the roads, i.e. yellow lines within the Fieldstone subdivision? Can we have signage to decrease speeding and remind drivers of speed limits, i.e. there's something that I saw near York University, I don't know what it's called, I'm sorry, it's a little sign in the middle of the road. It might be cost effective. Can we have surveillance cameras installed in certain areas that show speed of vehicles and catches chronic offenders? Regarding Black Cat, I understand that Black Cat was installed in our area, however, it was only there for 2 weeks. Can we get a longitudinal study to get more data over a longer period of time? For example, one would get different results putting the Black Cat in summer versus winter, night versus day, Friday night versus Sunday morning. I believe it is important to have the Black Cat there for a few weeks, day and night, to get better data to make a better plan of action. Regarding Airport Road, I want to discuss Airport Road. It is very, very dangerous and needs to have more OPP presence and solar speed flashing lights and perhaps widening of the roads, i.e. make it 4-lane versus 2. Perhaps putting a red line or illuminating yellow lines, better demarcation, better lighting, i.e. street lights or flashing lights when speeders speed. I want to also discuss Highway 9. That too is quite dangerous. We need to get more OPP presence, signage, better lighting, more street lights or flashing lights when speeders speed, better demarcation, again, illuminating yellow lines or red lines. Could we have buses, I don't know, this is just a suggestion. Can we have buses go back and forth on Highway 9 from Newmarket to Orangeville to help decongest traffic, to help decrease speeding and or fatalities? Regarding French Street, I want to discuss French Street in the Fieldstone subdivision near the mechanic shop. It needs restoration and decongestion of that street. The blocking of trucks on both sides of the street can leave very little space for cars to get through and possibly cause head-on collisions or accidents. and more fatalities if speed is involved, and the road itself is quite deteriorated. In high-traffic areas, can we perhaps install traffic circles and roundabouts to help decrease speed and/or control traffic? Regarding education on speeding, can we have information sessions in person or online involving the OPP and council and residents to discuss speeding and ways to report it? I'm aware of some residents not wanting to report speeders or simply do not know how to report it, i.e. language barriers or fear of reporting it. Can we have an OPP notice drawn up to be put on social media stating that residents have brought to their attention that there has been an increase in speeding in certain areas and provide suggestions? For example, excuse me, this is what you should do reporting speeding. It is better, in my opinion, to have an OPP news release or document versus just me posting on our community Facebook pages. OPP may also emphasize the consequences of speeding, i.e. stories of innocent lives being lost, fines, penalties, etc. It paints a better picture that might help decrease speeding. OPP can perhaps discuss safety tips, when driving to reduce speed or aggressive driving. I call it emotional driving, i.e. That can lead to speeding. I believe having information sessions helps unite the community and OPP to strengthen community policing. I'm almost done. If we cannot do an information session on speeding in person, can we have an OPP education notice on the consequences, etc., on speeding put in our water bills for educational purposes?
I'm gonna
I'm gonna conclude. I'm almost done.
Okay,
I
but-
promise.
but
To conclude, I want to
We're not
outline
gonna
our
be
goal.
able to answer all those
No
questions
problem, no
tonight.
problem. I can send, and that's fine. My goal tonight is just to give suggestions,
Okay.
and then I can email it to all of you. I'm done. I've got one more paragraph to go, and just to
Okay,
kind
go
of bring it
ahead.
to your attention, I promise. Because this is really important to me. So to conclude, I want to outline my role in this matter. I will create awareness on our neighborhood watch and other social media pages about speeding and what to do. I report it to OPP, etc. I will also write a letter to the Minister of Transportation outlining my concerns of speeding, as our mayor has done so. And then I will start a petition in my area regarding speeding. Lastly, we need to protect, update, and enhance our infrastructure to protect our residents. And I understand there may be cost involved. However, when doing a cost-benefit analysis, one has to outweigh money versus the lives of our children and our residents in our community. Thank you for your time. Sorry I rushed because I had a lot there. But I understand you may not answer all the questions, but I can email it to all of you, and then perhaps we can delve into it and work together.
We can get back to you individually.
That's
and-
right. That was my goal for tonight, just to kind of throw suggestions. But I'm open to any questions or comments.
Yeah, just two comments.
Yes.
One, Matt, we're in the process, I think, this year of doing our road study in 2024. The road study is mainly traffic volumes and how our bridges are standing up and culverts and et cetera, et cetera. Would that road study look at any of the issues brought up here, like the need for more flashing lights or those divider things? Would that be part of your roads needs study?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. Not traditionally. The previous road management plan did not cover those things, but it did speak about what improvements a road would have to be upgraded, things of that nature. I would like to note that the speed sign, we did notice after we installed the solar speed sign on Meek, the first day that the counts were a little bit higher, the speeds were a little higher, but it's significantly dropped once it was in place. So they are effective, and we have looked at purchasing more. It does take time and resources away from other things with staff having to pull them and then not only install them, take them down, but take the data and then analyze the data. So we don't have a lot of resources for analyzing the data, but that sign that we did have on Meek, it did show a good drop after the first day that it was installed. So motorists were aware.
The second comment, and I'm asking you this, we hold public meetings on occasion. We've struggled a bit with that. I'm wondering, just in terms of some of the issues you've brought up, part of it is getting the public to know about it and discussing it.
Sure.
Would a town hall meeting where the issue of speeding, would that, first of all, would it draw enough people, and would it do any help in sort of getting the message out? Maybe we could have the OPP there at it. I mean, is that it just occurred to me when you were talking. Why don't we discuss this at a town hall meeting?
Counselor, I think that's, Deputy Mayor, rather, I think it's an excellent idea. I'm very big on education, right? I think if you gather everyone together, I can go knocking on doors, I could do invitations, I'd be happy to do that, or spread the word through our community, through social media and in person. I think educating our community is very important. If you don't know, you know, what's out there, then how can you adhere to it? Or some people don't even know how to report it. Some people are afraid.
You know, the other thought I have, we spend about $1.2 million on our OPP contract, and our contract is above the minimum standard we have to by provincial law. We pay for an extra traffic cop, I forget how many hours a week. I'm wondering if we had a town hall meeting, if we could get Dave,
Officer Button?
yeah, if he could come, because, boy, if anyone knows about speeding in the town of Mono, Sergeant or Corporal Makowski certainly does.
Yeah, and Officer Button was quite lovely. I spoke to him, and listen, I have a lot of, Officer Button, I spoke to him, yeah, he was quite nice, and I have a lot of respect for the OPP. But again, if we could get more educational documents on the social media in town and have actually information sessions, like I'm really big on that, on speeding, on scamming, just to keep our elders and people that just don't know, people that are educated, educate them more to prevent our, you know, people getting hurt.
Here's my frustration, Kathy. I like the idea of possibly even our next town hall meeting, which we are scheduling, be devoted to speeding and traffic safety as an example, and it can capture a few things. But here's my frustration. As you know, I've been on a multi-year crusade to get no strings attached automated speed enforcement and an increase in speeding fines that hasn't occurred in over 30 years. My latest letter was to the new Minister of Transportation, sent out the beginning of November, and here we are a month and a half later, and I don't have an answer. Similarly, I wrote to the Attorney General on many of these topics. A month and a half later, I don't have an answer. A lot of the people committing the speeding offenses on Airport Road don't even live in Dufferin County. They're just passing through and as quickly as they possibly can. So it's going to take the province to get smart about this and increase fines, make them a deterrent, and anyone should go and sit in POA court and watch the proceedings, and you'll find people just laugh at the fines that they get assessed. And Junior's caught racing. He loses the car for a week. He doesn't care because the family's got 4 or 5 cars. And his insurance goes up, Dad pays for it. It's very sad, but until the province steps in and says, this is a public emergency, I think a lot of local efforts will be wonderful, but they will be for naught unless the province steps up to the plate.
So thank you, and I think we all are on the same page as you, and we're very concerned about speeding on those highways, for sure, and the mayor is doing a great job rallying Queen's Park to do something.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm being successful.
Yeah, but on our other smaller streets where you live, there are successful implementations of different things like traffic calming tables. And I've been back down in the city of Toronto where I came from, and they're putting them on all the streets now. So they don't interfere with plows. It's just a table, and if you're going the speed, your car doesn't fly off the road. If you're not going the speed, you know, speed bumps are, but they're not the speed bump that we're used to seeing, but they're traffic calming tables, and they do work, and the same things that you have. So there's things that I'm sure that we can look at in terms of how we can slow down traffic. And yes, that black cat was, you know, purchased so that we can track what's going on roads. And so it's a good use of technology to make sure we know what is happening so that we can take action. So thank you very much. And I'm sure the OPP would love to come to our next town hall meeting. I think it's a great idea.
Just by the by, do you know how many years it took us to get our Director of Public Works to buy speed bumps?
I could imagine,
It was
yeah.
quite a struggle.
2012, I believe, I read the report. Can I respond to that,
A
Councillor?
lot of resistance.
It-
A lot of resistance there.
The black hat was only there, though, for 2 weeks. That's my only issue, respectfully, my only issue that I have.
You make a very good
Yeah,
point
yeah,
about that. It
that's
was
because
too short, it was
It's
too
not
short a
longitudinal,
window.
correct, and it's
Yeah.
different, like I mentioned, summer, Friday night versus Sunday morning, someone partying versus going to church, you know, different days, you know, that I think if you just do it a bit longer, you can extract better data to get better plan of actions. That's just my opinion. But thank you very much. Sorry that I rushed through that. I just wanted to get through so much. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah,
let's keep-
I think that's better.
Let's
Thank you
keep
very
up
much.
the communication. I think
More
we've got a
environmental.
topic for our public meeting, unless we've chosen one already. No, we haven't. Okay. Any other questions on any other topics? I see we have a Winston Jagisar online. I don't know whether you have any questions, sir? You're on mute. Okay. Yeah, you're still muted. No, I don't, yeah. So I have one question that was submitted for Mr. Lang before he had to leave, and it's more of a memo with regard to the budget. And he's concerned, as many people are, about tax increases, the size of some of our budget numbers, various issues having to do with speeding and safety. And he asks at the end, are there any areas within the budget worthy of further scrutiny that will produce savings? And I think the answer to that is yes. And we'll see what falls out of the budget discussion this evening. Okay, we have no delegations. Unfinished council business, December 12th. Any questions, comments on what's on the list? Is there anything we can take off the list?
How's the guardian dog thing coming along?
Oh, the guard.
How's the other, there's another quarter, fourth quarter of 2023, which is where we are now.
Okay.
How's the dog thing coming?
Surely, Fred, that's got to be an easy one. It's a cut and paste from somebody else's bylaw.
And while it doesn't look like it's going to quite make the 2023 deadline,
Okay.
due to, you know, other tasks and priorities that council has assigned, since
Yes.
that date was first estimated, it will come early in 2024.
Excellent. Okay. Especially because the meeting on the 19th is now probably not going to occur.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Matt, when's the road needs study going to be completed?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. It hasn't been quite started. We're gathering the data, and I'm hoping sometime Q3, Q4 next year, 2024.
Yeah.
Hopefully in time for 2025 budget.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else arising from that? Okay. Next item on the agenda is asset retirement policy. And who would like to speak to that? I think it's a fairly straightforward matter. Any questions, comments? Les?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a fairly standard policy. It's a common policy that the other municipalities in Dufferin are passing. So the Public Sector Accounting Board, council is familiar with the term PSAB, they're used interchangeably with asset management. That's because they set the rules for how we should report on asset management and policy. So basically, this policy defines the process, how we retire our assets when they come to end of life, and basically how the accounting for them. We are basically already doing that. They're just setting down a policy. A good example is our landfill site. It is now closed, for taking in garbage, but we have set aside reserves on the day we do have to clean it up on closure. So we're already doing it, but this is just a formal policy, setting the process.
Yeah, I was going to ask you for a concrete example. I understand the landfill one. Would the reserves be set aside for various bridges? Or is that like recognizing a liability on our financial statement too?
No, this is regarding assets that will come to a definite end of life. Another example would be our gravel pit. Because one day we will stop extracting gravel, and then we'll have to do a gravel pit rehab.
But we can't predict that date because it depends on how much gravel we take out of there, and it's all B-grade gravel. I don't think we're going to be using very much of it in the next 10 years. So that gravel pit could be here for 100 years unless Matt starts using some of that sand. I'm not quibbling with you. Sure, there's liability there, but.
So,
Oh, I see. So it's an asset that it's not gonna be replaced, it comes to the end of life,
And it's
and we
done.
have to recognize that liability on our financial statements. Okay.
Which we do
So-
already, this just formalizes the process.
right.
What
so
about some of our counselors that are getting close to the end of their life? Do they- no.
There's no policy.
There's no replacing you,
Can I-
Fred. I have a
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Yeah, and then.
So Les, would our solar panels on the building next door be an example of that?
Or to be replaced.
Well, that's not a fixed asset.
Okay, so it's just, that's not,
It's like a piece of equipment, eventually
Right,
comes to
right,
life.
okay.
If we want to replace it, we can.
right.
If we decide not to, then we won't. This is something that we cannot replace.
Okay, cannot replace.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, Les, I'm talking to some counselors from other towns, because we're about to have the discussion about the budget, where things come to an end of life, bridges, culverts, they come to an end of life, and we're obligated then to fix them. But there are some other municipalities that just are putting a sign up and saying the bridge is closed, that's it, done. And apparently there are some that have like multiple bridges in their town that they've done that. So that would fall in, if you did that, then that would fall into this category, right?
No, bridges and roads are not part of this policy.
But if you decided that you were no longer gonna have a bridge there, just the road to nowhere.
Well, then that's council's decision.
But also, if I could jump in, I don't think there's necessarily a liability there. You put a sign up, bridge closed, and that's it. It's not like a gravel pit that has to be rehabilitated.
So Les, I have a question, and that is, this is not the same thing as the province's newly mandated rule that we have to identify all risky things in our ownership. This came up at the county, I think Fred Nix can speak to this, and I think we've even hired a consultant to do a study as to where the asbestos is hidden and where this is hidden, and that's like, it basically is a thorough analysis of all of the assets from a risk management standpoint. Does that ring any bells for you?
I think this is the.
No, this is different.
I think the mayor is, we have to, by July of next year, all of us, do risk assessments for our fire, which could include asbestos or anything else, right? And that's being done this year.
It's not for
And I think
fire.
we've hired a consultant, but is that what you're thinking about?
It's the same provincial agency as is dictating this, is also doing that risk management demand.
Well, this is a requirement of the Public Sector Accounting Board, which is separate from the province. They set the rules
Okay,
for financial reporting.
okay.
whereas
Maybe Amy can tell you what I'm talking about in a somewhat imperfect way. Not that I'm trying to find more ways of hiring consultants. Put that on the record. Okay. I have a motion that we receive the treasurer's report asset retirement obligation policy dated December 4th, 2023, and that we adopt the asset retirement obligation policy. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves, Deputy Mayor Nix seconds. Any further questions, comments? That motion carries. Well, yeah, we're out of question period, unfortunately. What's that, sorry? Send me an email and I'll try and tackle it for you. I know it's bad down there. That's true, it is bad down there. Okay? You can do that, or we have a little room upstairs where you can use the internet. Yeah.
I think actually it's not a township issue, but I'm asking it's more county issue.
Okay. We would love a question at the county. I can't remember the last time anyone took advantage of our question period at the county. So you can do it in writing. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So next item on the agenda is the 2023 Cardinal Woods High Lift Pump Replacement. And Matt, over to you.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'll,
Or
yeah, I wrote that.
Mike, sorry.
I wrote that report to council, thank you. So as outlined in the memo, I've stated the end of life of the Cardinal Woods pumps. It's a pressurized system for the Cardinal Woods drinking water system. Generally, the capital output for the water systems combined, we usually run around $100,000 a year. Council will recall the last time I approached you was when the SCADA equipment needed to be replaced, and that was a $600,000 price tag. So I do have to come to council every once in a while when the budget starts to creep outside of what our planned maintenance is. And as you can see, we ran tenders on this. We received a favorable result, and I'm asking for council approval for the replacement of these forthwith, actually, in early 2024.
Thank you. Does that money come from the water reserves?
That's directly from the water system users, correct.
Okay, so not from the taxpayers.
It's not on the tax base.
Just to
It's a local user fee.
Fred?
Will these pumps that you're going to replace be good enough if we add 220 more units to the water system? I don't know anything about the size of these pumps and how many houses they serve, but just if we're going to replace them, are we anticipating that we may have 220 more units on the system?
So any expansion to the Cardinal Woods system with the result of any development would be paid for by the developer. These are designed to replace the existing service that's being provided to residents with a much more energy efficient models, all variable frequency drives. So while they will produce, while they will sustain system pressure in a more efficient manner, they still don't produce more water. These are system pumps. These are not these are not wells and groundwater pumps. These are not the pumps that pump the water from the wells into the reservoir. These are system pumps because there's no elevated storage at Cardinal Woods, so it's constantly under pressure. And council will remember how loud it is inside of the pump house with the pumps continually running.
Okay. Yeah.
Mike, you listed 4 pumps. Are we replacing all 4 of them?
I put the emergency fire supply pump in there because I wanted council to be aware that there is 4. But no, we are only replacing the 3 production pumps.
The lead and the 2 lag pumps.
And the emergency fire pump has come on, it comes on for exercise. But there's a fire at Ken Young's aluminum. So it hasn't been utilized at the full extent that the other pumps would. So the lifespan is above and beyond the predicted end of useful life.
There's no further questions. I have a motion that council for the town of Mono accepts the bid from Avertex Utility Solutions, Inc. for the Cardinal Woods replacement of high lift pumps for a total bid price, HST inclusive, of $311,060.75. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any further questions, discussion? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is a motion that I developed having seen an article in the media about the Ontario government wanting to redesign alcohol distribution in the province. And the speculation that in doing so that the arrangement with the beer store to accept returns might be at some risk of being continued. And the thought was that maybe we could start afresh with a new system involving social enterprise organizations, municipalities, and others to develop recycling centers that would accept materials more than simply alcohol containers, but would also be able to take household hazardous waste materials and other items that should be diverted from landfill or incineration. So it's an aspirational motion, and I'm happy to move it. Any interest or discussion, Fred?
Well, yeah, I'm all in favor of it, but my thought when I read it was, we are just about to embark upon 7 or 8 mobile hazard, which could do the hazardous stuff, where the county, did we pass the motion? Yeah, it's in the budget.
Yeah, it's in the budget.
We're gonna develop mobile units that we can park at each municipal office building. I'm not sure for how long, and they will act as hazard waste collectors. And so instead of waiting for, the first weekend in May and going to the Orangeville Fairgrounds, we'll have one of our own.
Well, and that was one of my motivations in writing this up was, rather than the county going down that road, maybe they could, get behind the idea that there should be a central location in Dufferin that accepts these materials, 365, as opposed to simply moving vehicles around and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think it sounds like a great idea. I mean, it was all over the news today about how there's going to be, a buck of beer at the gas station. No, that was, no. What was it? Just beer everywhere is all corner stores, all gas stations, all coming, everybody drunk all the time. So I see that, and in fact, one of the things also that the beer store is going to get rid of, and I peeked to hear this because I went to the liquor store to buy some beer, and had to buy it in a flat. And so by the time I got it to my car, got it where I was going, and it was all just recyclable paper holding the 6 cans, the 4 6s in the thing. It was all over the car. It was everywhere. It was all over the car. And I said, why is it the beer store? You can get the old-fashioned 2-4. It's never going to. And apparently it says on the news today that is something that's only got to do with the beer store. You can't get that. So it seems to me that there's a lot of moving parts right here, and so I think this is I have no problem with going with this, except that it's just the resolution at the end just kind of is a basket for everything. That if our issue is that he's doing things, the government is doing things with respect to our liquor sales, and that what's at risk is a depot that encourages recycling because you've already paid your 10 cents on the bottle. That's why people go. That's one thing, that we would like that not to be at risk and so on. But then to put in these other things in it, I don't know that it's got as much punch that it actually, what is it that we're asking for?
Well, I think we're asking for that, but we're also asking that they look at the household hazardous waste as well as, and maybe other things. I mean, we have various social enterprise organizations, and I'm thinking of the work that the Humane Society did for years in accepting bottles, and they did so. You basically wrote off your 20 cents. Barb McCreath and they got it as a fundraiser, and I think that's a wonderful idea.
Well, in follow-up, back in the day, I remember those little stubby bottles when they were building the subdivisions, when I lived in a subdivision that was already built. As the kids, we'd go over and find all of I guess it was the workies who were drinking the beer during the day. But you'd get the bottles, collect them, and be able to go down to Becker's and get your 5 cents back to buy your candy. Yeah. So I think, so I am old, it's true. So, but, I mean, just to say that there's been different ways of inventing the wheel here all the way along. And I think that a resolution would have, or a call for the government to do something would have way more impact if we had these as separate things. The wanting us to still get recycling of glass products done and not into your recycle bin, rather than the hazardous stuff.
Just a curiosity, is this an issue that AMO is collecting information on from municipalities to?
Hopefully I'm getting their attention by having this passed.
I see.
That's my objective, is to get some publicity about this, because I think it's a real risk of the beer store saying, and the beer store, mind you, is owned by foreign interests. There's not a single not a single Canadian brewery involved in that, at least not like it used to be. And it is still a monopoly. And they still think they have a monopoly on detecting people underage buying alcohol too. Anyways, I commend it, and I'd like to consider having it passed, and we'll see what happens.
It doesn't say so here, but are you looking for some place that would give you money on your bottle as well?
Oh, yeah, that's the underlying assumption, is that you continue to have a refund. Because the deposit is the encouragement to people to bring them back, as opposed to throwing them out.
We don't have, but, see, that's where I'm saying,
I'll withdraw it and I'll rewrite it.
no, don't need to do that.
I don't want to spend any time on this tonight. I didn't expect that it was gonna get so complicated. I want to get on with the budget.
Well, it's just two couple of different things. I mean, we do you pay for the hazardous waste stuff, like I happen to have a bunch of paint cans. There's no, you wonder where to put them. So it's an
Yeah.
important issue,
Yeah.
but is it married to the bottle
I
return?
think it could be,
Okay.
is my point, is I think it could be in a centralized location run by, ideally, the social enterprise organizations, as fundraisers for what they do, or as where they split the difference with the customer returning the item. I don't want to get bogged down on this, that's all I'm saying. I have no problem withdrawing it and trying to sharpen it. Okay.
Just a question though, John, does this then mean a letter that's gonna go somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So should I've described the issue without reading the motion, or is council content with that? And I'll move it, and I need a seconder. Councillor Capes, any opposed? Any in favor? Motion is carried. Sorry, yes,
So, Your Worship, inadvertently, there's a couple of things that I should have brought up earlier. One is going back to the Cardinal Woods pump. There should be there was a second half to that resolution that wasn't on your worksheet, so
Okay.
no fault of yours, all on mine. So I'm going to ask if council would consider another resolution accompanying the one that council already passed on the Cardinal Woods. Basically, the treasurer needs authorization to draw the funds for that contract from reserves. So the resolution would be council authorizes the treasurer to utilize funds from the existing waterworks reserve to purchase the Cardinal Woods high lift pumps.
okay. Who, Deputy Mayor moves. Melinda seconds. Any opposed? It's carried.
Okay. And then the second item is, when council was approving the agenda, I had overlooked requesting an item of new business be added to the agenda. So I'm asking if council would consider adding a new item, and it's Community Emergency Preparedness Grant. Staff has investigated and looking to make an application under this grant program. It is a fully funded grant if it's awarded. The province will fully pay for it, but we do require authorization from council to make this application, and if awarded, for the agreement to be signed.
I'm not sure on a point of order.
Just some background. The application has been made. I forwarded through it's called the Transfer Payments of Ontario. They rejected me signing it, and they said, no, you don't have authorization. I mean, this is usually the process. We make the grant application, they approve us, then we come to council, and council agrees to sign the funding agreement. Well, this is 100% funding, so at the suggestion of the clerk, he said, well, the CAO has authorization. So I resubmitted it. So basically, we're asking for a resolution. So basically, the plan is Mr. Donor's going to buy those emergency signs, closure signs, for a total amount of $37,000. I'm going to get a couple of them. So for a couple of them. So we just need the resolution to resubmit that we had authorization for the grant application.
We get consent of the full council. And how many signs does this get us? 2? Holy, like on trailers, I assume. How about some illuminated speed signs? Would they qualify?
This is emergency preparedness. So we utilized similar signs from the county when we had the water emergency last year.
Right, right, okay.
So that was the thought behind that.
So they're electrified messaging?
Remote, by remote, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do I have the agreement of council to depart from the agenda as approved to consider this? I see unanimous support for that. Who would like to move the motion? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposed? That motion is carried. You're legal now, Les. Excellent. Yeah, let's have a break before we dive into the budget. Let's say 10 minutes.
I thought we were gonna be done this meeting by 8 o'clock, and I'd be home by 8:30.
No, it's not on.
I did.
It's not on.
Well, starting at 6, come on.
We are broadcasting live.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the 2024 budget. And we have the first line, budget public input. Les, do we have any submissions from the public?
We did get the email from Mr. Monroe, if council wants to consider that as a public submission.
Okay.
Other than that, I received nothing else.
Okay. I think the question that was left for me to put tonight could be considered input on the budget as well, so I'll give you a copy of it. How does council want to address this? I think, Les, maybe you can tell us what magic you did behind the scenes. And Mr. Lang, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We only had so much magic. We start off with the $3.3 million to cut, which actually represented 36.9% that we had to find cuts in the budget. At the end of the day, we went through the budget, we took council's advice, removed all the reserve contributions that we saw projects not happening in the foreseeable future. We did leave some reserves, like in vehicles and that. At the end of the day, we did manage to cut 30.5%, and we're including the 3.9 initial inflation, we're at 10.35. And now we're coming to council, and we're basically, it's council decision where they want to cut, because the next cut is a level of service cut. It's coming out of operations.
Fred?
I'm going to make two suggestions, neither of them very popular, and if I put them in the form of a motion, I wouldn't get a seconder. But I've got two suggestions. One, sorry, Matt, we cut out the gravel operation, the great gravel program that you're doing right now. We cut it out for a year, which will save $550,000. And we increase the guidance limit to 5%, which will add approximately another $100,000 to the tax levy. So the total of the two things is another $650,000 ballpark. That's going to be my suggestion. I did not put it in the form of a motion. I'd just like to put it out on the table to see what my fellow councillors, who I dearly love, to see what they think about it.
Wayne?
I think we should hear everybody's ideas first.
That's why I asked.
Okay. So let's go around the table, and Elaine, your ideas.
None of them are going to be popular. So, page 3. This is not going to be popular at all, but there's $10,600 for donations, and I think we just don't give that away.
You're on page 3.
Page 3.
Where does it say?
Page 3. Let me find the line item for you, so sorry. So 12,
What?
1269, donations.
Desperately looking for that. Oh, there it is, I found it.
Okay? So that's 1. Page 9. I'm not convinced that the money that we invest, and we did talk about this at the last budget meeting, I'm not sure the money that we invest in this, so lines 115 and 1116, which is like $28,000, and then we get back $10,000 in revenue. I think we should just forget about parking. I'm being as crazy as it can be here. So that's another $18,825. Page 11.
You mean we do no parking enforcement?
Excuse me, Council Capes, you could just do a slight pause before switching pages. You want to track this? Because
Oh, so sorry.
Because I think you guys
Taking
will
notes.
be discussing this after.
Okay.
Thank you. So page 9, her suggestion is to 1115. Her Council Cape's suggestion would be to,
And 1116.
So parking enforcement.
which
Yes.
reduces 1121, 1121 as well. Would you agree, Councillor Capes?
1/1/21?
If you,
Oh, yes, okay, great.
But it also reduces the
Okay,
revenue by 10,000.
let's get it all
Yes.
on the table, and then we can debate.
Yeah.
Right, so there's no revenue, so it's costing us more money than we're making on it, so I'm just saying, can we? And these are all just can we, they're not, you know. The next one is, I noticed as it was in and out, page 11, thank you, 1280. There's $5,000 there for studies, standard operational plans. Like, we had it budgeted for 2022, 23, and we didn't spend it in 23, so let's not spend it in 24 either. It's just an idea. The next one, page 12, and I might not have these correct, so, you know, bear with me. Line 1249, take 10,000 off of that. Yeah.
Okay,
What page was that?
Oh, wait a minute.
Materials and
Number
supplies.
3. Yeah, so altogether, line 1249. Oh, I might be dreaming in Technicolor here. And line 1284. Reduce those back to what the 2022 number was. Like, I'm not sure, unless, you know, you can tell me that that's really crazy, because the projected year end is to spend what the final 2023 budget was. But again, I'm just saying, can we reduce these lines? And I think I came up with 30 grand, which could be completely ludicrous, and I accept that. So that's page 12. Page 13, I found $17,000, and that's, people are gonna love this, 3121, which is dust control. And again, reducing that to what the 23 year end projected is, so take 7,000 out of there. 3171, patrol labor, winter and summer. Take 5,000 out of there. 3180, contract material reflectivity, take 5,000 out out of there. So that's
Go a little slower. I
17,000.
think the note
Am I going too
takers are-
fast?
Yeah.
Okay, let me slow down. Where do I need to go? Page 13? Yes, okay. Okay, so line 3121? Dust control, take 7,000 from there. 3171, take 5,000 from there. 3180, take 5,000 from there. That's a total of 17,000. Should I go to the next page now? I don't know if any of these are possible.
Mr. Mayor, like, Councillor Capes is making suggestion on some of a lot of materials and supplies. The reason a lot of those are up is because of the inflation. Like, we have budgeted considering the cost of next year, what that product will be. And a good example was the dust control.
Mhm.
The cost of that product has gone up quite a bit.
Totally agree. Like, I just thought, I see numbers looking at previous numbers, and now numbers are going, can we take any out?
It's
So-
difficult to go back to 2022, because we had inflation in 23, and then it's continuing on into 2024.
Right. Well, you're the one who has the sense about
Right.
this. I'm just the one looking at numbers and going, let's find $600,000. So page 15. No, I think that's not true. I think I got the answer for that was all about the price of tires. Because I was trying to take 25,000 out of the John Deere grader and 5,000 from the John Deere 872, 5,000 from the Ford 550, and 5,000 from the tandem. But again, that's $40,000. And then notes to page 17. I'm not sure, but the development charges, line 7,400, could that be left? Like, I'm not sure how to account for that.
Okay, so development charges, that, the 37.5 is funding the road study, and it basically funds any capital that's due to growth. So we don't have anything in our budget in roads this year that's due to growth. So that 100,000 that was in the budget for 2023, in our DC study, we have a cost for a second salt dome, most likely in the south section, and the 100,000 was to do, I guess, research to find a location, plus any fees regarding that. So that DC was funding that cost. But we didn't do anything last year, so you don't see a revenue coming in because there was no cost going out.
Okay, so that's just a. Page 19. Just a question about $15,000 in service contracts, line 1254, for cemetery and social services. I'm not really clear what that is.
So the bulk of 1254, that's for the lawn maintenance. We have a contractor cutting the lawns at all the cemeteries.
Right.
It also includes some maintenance of, some of the headstones need repairs.
Okay, thank you. So we contract all those lawn maintenance things out. Okay. Page 22. Kim, I know you're doing a great job, and I agree you are, but I did a, expense versus revenue on all of those line items, and I came to a total of $16,000 that we could not spend, and that would probably not be popular to not spend that money, but it's money that, it's events that we don't make any revenue from, and so do we need to spend that money? Again, it's a, do we spend money we don't have? Right. So, line by line, looking at what made us revenue and what didn't, and what the over cost is from the revenue we made, there's $16,000 that we could not spend, but that's a whole choice, because that would mean not spending any money on Winterfest and things like that, so. And then,
Yeah, but Winterfest shows a revenue line of $1,600.
but we spend $5,500 to
Yeah,
get that.
okay.
So I'm just adding up the differences. And then page 23B, that's not gonna be popular either, but do we really have to buy that snow blower? Which is line 1290 under pickup park trucks, that snow blower, that's $6,600. And then, notes to page 23. And this goes back to the question that we asked our solicitor. How much of the planning, legal fees can we not account for here? That's just questions. So can we get away with, taking $400,000 out of those lines? I don't know.
So those lines are generated by quotations and estimates based on how council has been and proceeding on the applications that we have. So, so any removal from that line would
Right.
would not be recommended.
Well, I think the question is, some of those costs may span more than 1 year.
And that's a fair statement.
So you can't remove all of it, but you could remove some of it on the assumption that it's going to be 2 years, especially if we're slow in paying our bills.
Sorry, that was notes to page 28. I said 23, but it's 28. And then a question about the official plan update, $95,000 for that official plan update. So, can we get away with any of these? It's just,
How much of the official plan update is done through DC charges, if any?
That's the zoning update, that's the zoning bylaw update. Yes, that's done through DCs. The 95,000, the official plan update is not.
It's not, okay. Okay.
So that was a possible $691,000, but again, I recognize that it's not all possible, but those were.
Came up with 600 because you took the whole 400 for the legal ad.
Did, $495,000.
Which is not possible.
Well, I understand now from Mr. Dunmore, but I don't know. Again, is that
So,
2024?
How much that call tonight cost us? Just as an example. All of us, pennies on the dollar, but.
so who would like to go next with their wish list? Melinda, any thoughts?
I'd like to know how much do we have in reserves?
Go to the second page, or the third
I
page.
know. And previous years, last year, I asked, and oh no, and I was underneath. Sorry, I wanted to know how much we have in reserves. And Deputy Mayor Nix told me to look at page 2. So,
Page 3, I can't.
Yeah, with this version, I did not include the reserve schedule till it was finalized. But basically, all the reserves that we were adding this year have been taken out. At the end of 2023, projecting about $4.5 million in reserves.
that's right. So we actually do have money.
But
And so previously, the things are all earmarked for various things, but then there have been other times when the discussion is, oh no, well, we can move that from that to that, and that's it. So if we've got 4 million in the bank, and we
that
need
is true.
600,
1.3 almost is for public works vehicles, which we'll be spending in 2024.
okay, so we have 2 million, and we need 600.
735,000 almost is the landfill reserve, which we have set aside for future closure costs. So there's almost 2 million right there. We have the Purple Hill Park of 100,000 over, that's coming up in a year or 2 for replacement. Lynn Gibson Park, another 180 will be in reserve. Again, that's for the park. So a lot of reserves that are left, we're gonna need them. Maybe not in 2024, but we will need them the year after or the year after that. So there's not much wiggle room.
But there's some. And if we also increased our taxes for some, I mean, you've already made lots and lots of cuts here. So when you asked, did I have a suggestion, my suggestion is that particularly if we're already entertaining and interest rates they're predicting are going to come down and everything, if we're already entertaining that in the horizon is borrowing money, right? We're all kind of thinking that, I mean, is what's going on. So in order to not do it now and to move ahead on at least some of the things, I mean, a lot of the things on your list that adds up, and gravel, we just heard about the whole gravel. Like the services that we provide are awesome and down to the skinny at the minute. So that's my suggestion. But also to increase the taxes a smidge more.
That's inevitable. Rolf?
Well, I looked at I was asking myself, why are we in this problem here? And Les indicated a number of items which were roughly 10%, one of them was 25%. And that amounted to about 32% that I could identify, and I couldn't find them all. 32% of our whole budget is in the 10% range of increases. This is, we can't handle a budget when we're only allowing 3.9%. And in addition to that, we've deferred a lot of things to next year or the following year because there's no reserve money being put in. So we're getting into more and more problem as we go along. Do we want to stop right now and say we can't get by with 3.9%? We've got to do more, or do we want to keep deferring it down the line? And next year it's going to be harder still in the following year, and the following time when you're in next 4 years, you're not going to be able to handle it because we got no money for that bridge. So I'm not looking at individual items except a couple, and I'd just like to ask a few questions on them, given that sort of attempt to reframe this. Trying to get my thing to page 1. I just took some questions. The screen is not doing its thing. So page 1, there are 2 items there that you've dropped the assessment, and I'm just wondering what the implications of that is. Heritage is one. It was budgeted previously at 24,000, and now it's 13,000. And I know that Heritage, this is the Heritage Committee, I believe. Is that right, Les? And I know that they are in a tight bind because of the legislation. They're trying to designate as many places as they can in the next, I guess it's the next year.
Councillor Manklow,
in
if you
making
go to
that,
page,
sorry?
regarding the Heritage Committee.
I'm sorry, this equipment is not working. This is the third one I've tried, so if you can speak up a bit, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, if you go to page 4, is the detail of the Heritage Committee. So we took out half the designations.
What number is that, Les?
If you go down page 4, line 1249, and then I have a list of what the 12,125 is made up of. So we reduced it by 10.5. So instead of in speaking with the clerk, the Heritage Club had a plan for so many designations. He says because of the notice requirements and the time frame required, he says it's impossible to do all that in 1 year. He says what's reasonable is maybe half of it.
Okay.
So that's why we cut out half the designations. He says the timing is not there. There isn't enough time. Because you have to give so many days' notice for every time you designate a property. And of course, there's the work volume too.
Sounds fair. Do you want to talk about that?
Let him work.
Go ahead.
So for the Heritage Committee, I I'd like to fight for them to get the whole thing, but I understand that, and I agree, and I think we have some people who are on the list who would wait for the next year for us to designate as opposed to doing them this year, so, and we can still designate whether, we cannot designate at all? until,
It's just that there's a race against time.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this race against time. All that
Right.
happens is the properties on the registry come off.
come off, right?
Nothing stops the municipality from designating this
Exactly.
year or in the future.
Exactly, so that's what I'm thinking, so in 2025, we could designate, those who have come forward to say, please designate, I'm sure they would wait, and so I think we're okay.
Now, I do want to point out, where the concern is that if a property is currently on the register and is not designated, at that time, the property could be demolished without the towns knowing it.
Right.
That's the concern.
Yeah.
But that's all, it's just that.
But people who've come and asked us to designate are not likely gonna destroy their property. So that's what I'm thinking, we've got a bit of a grace.
Can I ask a point of clarification? With that, I remember you saying that, but wasn't there also some 5-year thing? If they're not on the list, they can't be on, put on the list, what was that?
That's correct. They can't be put back on the list, but they can be designated. Right, so
They can be
the list
designated de
consists
novo.
of two different things.
You don't
All right.
need, you don't need to be on the list to be designated.
Okay.
So the next one is also on page 1, and I think the question is for Mr. Dunmore. The climate change, it was listed at 32,200, and Mike, I'm not too sure what this, we've talked about this before, and maybe it's just my bad memory, but I'm not quite sure what the 32,000 was going to cover, and it's down by about 11,000. What's been removed?
If I could jump in, that's the details on page 4 as well, Counselor. It's been the reserve contributions of 11,000 in total.
So page 4, we had a $1,000 contribution to the Community Action Plan Reserve for future projects for staff and residents, and there was 10,000 removed to the reserve contribution.
Sorry, 10,000 what?
10,000 was removed from the corporate action plan.
Okay. And what's that going to make, what difference is that going to make?
That will cease any action on the production of the corporate action plan.
Okay.
Council gave us precise instructions to remove as much money as we could, and these were the items that staff felt were
Okay.
potentially very important items, but potentially unmanageable by current staff capacities.
Okay, so you're saying that we weren't going to be able to spend the money anyway?
We're definitely just getting into the steps of the corporate action plan, and we need to get back to council as to what that,
Okay.
what that is and what deadline that is, and that'll be in cooperation with the County of Dufferin as well.
Thank you. So Elaine's been very detailed. I'm going to leap through most of the areas that she talked to page 25. And Kim, I think I'm directing the questions to you. I'm not quite sure what the walkway is. I know that we're going to replace the steps. No, that's a menorah. What is the walkway in the community center that we're replacing? Where that? What? I'm having trouble finding it. It's 16K, I think.
It'd be in the notes to page 25, the detail of Kim's capital.
Thanks, Les.
Replace front and rear walkways
Yes.
with concrete.
Is that something that needs to be done this year, Kim?
Those are walkways that are present, I'm sorry.
Those are walkways that are presently with interlocking brick, and they've heaved, and there are tripping hazards, and we're no longer able to even purchase the interlocking brick. So we've gone to a contractor who we've received some incredible quotations from as far as giving us much lower quotes than what expected at other projects we've done, and asked them to quote on these projects, and this is what has come in, and this is being able to pave them as opposed to putting in, what do you call it, the interlocking brick.
Interlocking. Okay. So there's a safety hazard of significant concern.
Yes.
Okay. Just one more. No, I'll pass on that. And so to go back to my original comments, I think that one more item. Fred, you brought up the issue of dropping the gravel. I have some problems with that. We have broken the town into, I think, 4 different areas, and we've done them one at a time, and now the last area is to be done. And not only were they the last area and didn't get it done for the first few years, but now we're going to delay them. So I have a problem with it. I think it's a bad message. It's a message about an area that we've had a lot of complaints in the northwest part of Mono. And I'd be in favor of giving them their due. And I guess related to my previous comments and concerns that we can't continue this way, I would accept an increase in the tax rate over the 3.9% that we all agreed to.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I'm just focusing on 3 large items. Just a question for Matt about the gravel. It's $350,000 plus $50,000 worth of labor, I gather? Or 550 plus 50? Yeah. So does that 550, is that all exclusively in the northwest quadrant? Or is that also to start up re-graveling in places where we've already applied the limestone?
Thanks, Mayor Creelman. We're actually not 4 zones, Councilor Manctillo. We still have to do some stuff in the top, in the northwest quadrant that we didn't get last year because we were short on quantity due to cost. And so we're still moving into the northeast quadrant and into the kind of the central portion of the east part of the town. So we're not capturing all these zones as 4 anymore. We're looking more like 5 or 6. So to answer the question, we will be going back to last year's zone, plus we won't be able to finish the zone we had hoped to do this year when we originally set these zones up.
So are we doubling back on any spots where
No.
we've missed?
No.
Okay. I'm still of the view that we can pare the legals back, and I'm going to suggest a figure of a reduction from 400. I'm thinking that if we reduce that by $150,000, that's costs that would be, I think a good bet is spread over 2 years as opposed to this year. It's a bit of a risk, but I think it's one we certainly learned in the Lockyer Pit legal expenditures that they spanned more than 1 year.
You're right, Your Worship, it would be a risk, but we're not going to stop any cases.
No.
Should we be in the middle of one? And that would be just revisiting back to council.
Unless you.
Right, we just would do a budget amendment, should it be required?
If you have to.
And midsummer, we should be well aware of where we stand with respect to files.
Les, you had your hand up.
I was going to make a suggestion to maybe speed up the process. Council, we went through, Councillor Capes identified a whole list. The rest of council identified some. I'm just wondering if council can give us direction as to the percentage. I mean, now it's been brought up that 3.9 is not enough. We're at 10. What percentage council can direct us with, and then based on your suggestions, including the planning legal, we can come back with that percentage.
I just raise a third item, and Kim's not going to like this, but do we really need to resurface the old tennis court at Mono Center this year? I think that's $23,000. We just built a new one.
Yeah, that's our half. The tennis club plays the other half for the resurfacing of the 2 existing courts. And yes, there are tripping hazards on the existing courts at this point.
And we have a reserve coming for that anyways, financing it. So if you did cut it out, there's no saving.
Kim, I omitted to attack the Menorah Pavilion. The capital of 84,000 there, there's about 5 different items there, and I'm wondering if some of those can't be deferred, particularly the fireplaces. And
The one fireplace has been red tagged, which means then it won't be turned on at all, and it does provide a heating source.
does it?
Well, it provides, the one that's been red tagged is in the multipurpose room, so we do have actual HVAC that does go into that room. However, the fireplace provides additional heat source because the HVAC, we have to really turn it up in order to get it comfortable. The conference room, which is right beside the lower, or the multipurpose room, that room does not have any source of heat in it. There's no HVAC into that room at all, and the fireplace was originally put in as our source of heat. That fireplace doesn't have a fan on it. It's approximately 20, maybe even 30 years old at this point. It's definitely time to change.
So it's functional, but it's ancient.
The fireplace in the conference room, I'm going to actually, it's not functional because it's almost next to impossible to turn it on.
Okay. How about the siding? Can we put that off for a year?
I'm going to we've got Dave Mikowski online right now, who deals with it every day, takes a look at it every day. So Dave, if you could bring yourself up on video, that'd be great, and just talk to Councilor Mangtilo. Thanks.
So, yep, so the fireplace in the multipurpose room, the large room, is actually somewhat functional, and we do have HVAC to that area. The one that's not, that has been red tagged, is in the lower conference room with no HVAC to that room at all. That has been taken out of service and is just not functional at all.
And the siding?
And the siding, I believe you're referring to the pictures with the flashing all along the, I believe it's the east side of the building. It's really all rotted away. I think it really poses some foundation issues in the very near future if we don't tackle that one.
Now, if I may, Mr. Mayor, regarding the fireplaces, it was originally budgeted, if you see in your notes page, back in 2022. They were not replaced at that time because they were still functioning. So I set that money aside in a reserve. So in the 2024 budget, the 2 fireplaces add up to $39,000. And at the very bottom, I'm pulling that reserve that was set aside in 2022 to finance them, because they were previously budgeted, and I set the money aside from a past budget, so the money's in place to pay for them.
So what do we think about giving Les another percentage target and having him report back?
Question.
Sorry, Elaine.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
did just want to say, first of all, before I started all that nitpicking, that I really appreciated what staff did to take out the money that they took out, because I know it's hard, and I know that you gave us a budget that you felt was, where we needed to put money. I think it's sad that we just don't have the money to do that, but we can't tax people 10% either. So I do appreciate the work that went into this. So I was being very, like penny by penny, but if there's anything else that can be cut, then we cut it. But I do think we do need to increase the rate, but we have to come up with something that's at least digestible somewhat.
Ralph?
So it sounds to me, I didn't catch everything you said, Les, but it sounds like we don't need that much money set aside for both fireplaces at this time. Is that right?
We have money set aside for both of them, yes.
So how much saving is there?
So if you took out a fireplace, it would be no saving, because we're taking that money out of reserve
Okay.
that was set aside in a previous budget.
What does a 1% increase in tax rate, how much money does that provide?
89,000.
Percentages? We're going to throw some numbers out to you, and again, as I said last meeting, do your best. But I'm in the range of 5 to 6 myself. Fred is 5 to 6, he told me before he left. Anyone else want to give guidance? Elaine?
I don't know if I can live with 6. I could live with 5. This is tough. And, you know, the impact to residents is gonna be tough. But we may need to look at how we do things, and, you know, there's core services that we provide, and we need to continue to do those. But where is it that in the future, we decide we're not spending money in that area? I don't know what that is, but I agree with Ralph. We can't continue this way. We can't continue to nickel and dime the budget, and we can't continue to not put into reserves, but we have to come up with, you know, what are we going to adopt as a philosophy around budgeting or expenditures, so that we aren't asking for 10% from our residents. So I like 5, but
Well, I think you have some sense of where we are on this. And I put a caution out about the notion of borrowing. In order to borrow, you have to have a project in mind. I mean, you can't borrow simply to sustain an operating budget. And a bridge is an obvious thing that you borrow for. But I have some real problems with resurrecting the Bridge 5 as something that we go out and borrow, you know, $1.6 million or more dollars for. I think we really have to rethink that particular bridge, and it doesn't really help us that much to simply take it off the, you know, off our list. And so I just say that in advance of next year's discussions. I really like the idea that this bridge is closed sign. That's about $100.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't agree on that. I know there's only a few houses that live there, but fire services and so on, I mean, we do need our roads and bridges, because we're a hilly spot. We need to maintain. But the idea about borrowing, though, is, you know, you have to, now you got a load you got to carry, and there's no cutting that and deferring it for the next and so on. So I don't know. I mean, the selling assets, I mean, it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up from a few squeaky wheel residents as to why do we have some of the assets that we have, and how, you know, I mean, and I think that would be, you know, a public forum discussion, and, you know, pros and cons and all that. But other than that, where we need to make more revenue, or sell things, or get more money in, but I don't think that 6% or 5, if you know, we were really low last year on when we needed to pay more as a town, and so that was a year of you know, freebie kind of thing, knowing that this was coming. And so, yeah, we need to increase our revenue.
Yeah, I've got some ideas on that, but The thing about unloading assets, and the two most popular things are our community centers, which perform a community function. And quite frankly, I don't know who would buy them. I do not know who would buy them.
Well, it would be pretty sad if somebody came along and turned it into a money-making project that we weren't able to do.
It would really hurt.
Yeah, that would hurt. So I only just say it, that, you know, we need to come up with something. Because the other thing is we don't have any land or anything else as an asset to get to some building lot somewhere for somebody to put a subdivision or whatever, right? We don't have that.
Oh, the last time sale of land came up, it did not end well.
No.
Ralph?
So if we, 6% would give us about 190,000 almost for less to work with.
And I was just going to add, just for council's information, 1% increase is $3.85 per 100,000 assessment. So if your house is on average, say 500,000, that's just over $15 on our portion for the year. That's 1%. So for every 1%.
It always sounds better that way, but unfortunately, people don't read that in a headline.
Well, no one has a house in Mono for 100,000, I mean.
Yeah.
Or 500.
yeah.
So but it gives you an idea, but you could do the math yourself. If your house is $1 million, then you multiply it by 10.
Mhm. So,
Well, interestingly too, because the Canadian Food Price Report predicts that families are going to be paying $700 more for groceries.
Yep.
And if we look at the numbers that are coming out of our food bank, there are 10 times more people going to the food bank now than there were, and it's dire in some circumstances. And so, you know, like, I know we say it's like another $10, but yeah, everything is another $10 on everybody's, you know, list of things to pay for. So it adds up.
that's the problem. So what's the wish of council? Come back in January with Plan C?
And some reserves. Can we,
So,
because we're not going to be enough money, it's not going to be enough, right? 6%, we just did the math, so that's not going to come to your total that we need. So, right, because we're still needing to cut the 6. I'm suggesting dipping into reserves. Are we, is that falling flat, or?
If council is fine with that, we could look at the reserves, or we could dip into some of them.
Well, if we could become the Toronto of the North, maybe Queen's Park would come to our rescue. Mike? Yeah. Mike?
Your worship, if I may, so does council think they're going to get to a percentage that we could get to? And would Councillor Capes need responses to all your suggestions? Because some of those were I would say non-cuttable. They were associated with heat and general normal operations.
Yeah, they were only, could we, is this an area? So I leave that to wisdom that sits over there to decide if any of those were eligible for reconsideration. So,
Fair.
yeah.
Staff would be really happy with a percentage. That way we can, or we come back with another round in January. So if staff could have some direction from council, that would be, and perhaps a form and a resolution, we could get council for first meeting in January.
6. You don't like 6? Well, do I need a motion? Okay. So somebody wants to put a motion on the floor?
Thank you. I don't think it's working. I'll also move that we revise our percentage increase to 6%.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any opposed? All those in favor? Motion's carried. Yes.
Your Honor, you mentioned taking $150,000 out of the legal fee, recognizing that we may end up midterm or sometime having to come back to council and ask for money. Is that something that the rest of you think is worthwhile?
Yep.
I think so.
Yes, except to say that the number, as you say, the staff has spent a great deal of time, and we know how much is, I mean, it's a reasonable, we're gonna have to spend the money. But you're right, to make our piece of paper look okay here, but we know that the fees are going to be that, if not more.
But it may not, maybe over 2 years.
Yeah, well, we'll still be talking about trying to get the money next year, but yes.
Yes, but we're talking about
yes.
this year's budget.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
we've had experience with multi-year
Yes.
legal battles, as it were.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay, so, marching orders. Yeah. Okay, I have Schedule A, and I think everybody has received a note that I'm going to try and go back to the consent agenda process, and with notice to the clerk in advance of meetings as to what items we want to pull out for discussion. We can do that now, or we can defer all of this until our next council meeting and get on with more substantive things, unless there's some burning item here that we need to raise or talk about.
It's always interesting.
Yeah, lots of good stuff there. I
But
have no
have we
motions
sub-
to
have
bring
we sub-
forward for this, so.
Have we submitted our wish list to the clerk, or are we just going to
No,
go through
I have
this?
nothing to comment on.
Oh, nothing to comment on,
No.
okay. Okay,
I have one.
you have one?
Mhm.
Previously
And I can be
submitted?
Submit it in writing?
very brief. No, because the suggestion isn't in vogue yet.
Well, I'm hoping it will be.
Hmm.
But if it's only one, Ralph, I'll forgive you.
Well, it's, oh, damn, excuse me. I'm having real internet problems. It just keeps losing contact. It's number 9, and this is the BARC report. Just to say, I'd never heard of the BARC report. Quite a few municipalities in Canada are involved with it. I looked up the website, and it's worth looking at if you want to find information about, shall we say, policy and management items with respect to the climate change.
But I do think
I-
that the
oh.
county of Dufferin did follow BARC when they did their climate,
They're listed by BARC.
Right.
Understood. But I went to look, this is an expensive thing. That's what, I was looking at the budget and I'm thinking, okay, this is great, but this is an expensive thing that we don't need to be adding anything new to what we're doing. But yes, I went looking too. Yes, I agree. It was very interesting.
Okay, anything, Linda? Okay. So I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Linda. And any opposed? No. Motion's carried. Reports of members of council and staff projects. I'm going to suggest, given the time and other things we need to get through this evening, that we defer this either to the new year or have you individually write to us if you want to bring something to our attention. Unless there's something really urgent.
There's something you want us to congratulate you on. Important stuff, like,
Yeah. Fred, do you have something?
I just want to let council know that we have received and I have approved a display fireworks permit. So Hockley Valley Inn will be having commercial fireworks on New Year's Eve. The resort.
Does that run afoul of their bird bangers issue?
So, and they had fireworks last year as well.
Okay, okay. Notices of motion, assuming there are none. In-camera items, I have a motion that council moves into a closed session pertaining to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 9:11 p.m. for CO performance review, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection B, personnel matters about an individual, an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Do I have a mover to that motion? Second by Councillor Capes moves, second by Councillor Davey. Any opposed? We'll go in camera now.
We are back live.
Thank you.